Thank you, sir. Meeting is now called to order. Items from the public. Hearing none. Motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. President, I move to approve the agenda for, what is Thursday, July 13th, 2013.
Second.
Second.
23. I'm in the past, what can I say?
I need to start paying a little bit more attention to you. I just can't let you roll, maybe. Okay, it's been properly motioned. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Any questions of the purchase order? Everybody's good with that?
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Wine, we have an internal budget revision.
Already?
It's quick. This is for Tim Zaya. Essentially needs to move $2,000 from his training line item to his contractual line item. There isn't a deficit. I think it's just writing the monies to the correct line item for the purchases. He's good, not changing the bottom line on this.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I have a change of status, new hire recommendation received from Tim Zaya, Community Corrections Director, for Kara Gilpin as a JOTIP case manager with an annual salary of $50,676, and that has an effective date of July 31, 2023. Also, a new hire recommendation received from the Honorable Larry Hess, the assessor, for Casey Capistrand as a personal property tax clerk with an annual salary of $31,500. Effective dates to be determined. I have a new hire recommendation received from Mike Lang, the Chief Court Marshal, for the following, effective July 17th, 2023. Kevin Cook as a part-time custodian with an hourly rate of $17.80. Paul Klein as a Deputy Court Marshal with an annual rate of $39,017. Of a change in status received from Tim Zaya, Community Corrections Director, for Ryan Peterson. He is going from drug screening tech to lead drug screen tech with a salary increase of $39,812 to $43,135, and that was effective July 1, 2023. Change in status from the Honorable Sheriff Nathan Harmon for the following, effective July 1, 2023. John Cordello, in receiving his increase in salary to create uniformity. His salary will go from $62,699 to $65,801, and William Christian is receiving an increase in salary to create uniformity. His salary will go from $84,443 to $86,132. We also received a letter of resignation from Court Security, William Wieniski, and it's effective July 21, 2023. Excuse me? Okay, thank you. That's a letter of retirement. Okay, for the June 29 council meeting minutes, everyone was present. Let me get to the county calendar. Obviously, we're in chambers today, and also at 11 o'clock and 6 o'clock this evening are the public hearing on the subdivision ordinance. On Monday the 17th at 5:30 is the Main Street Martinsburg, 6 o'clock planning. On the 18th, I will be on the WRNR radio at 11:30, Parks and Rec, 5 o'clock Water Sewer District, and 6 o'clock is the Stormwater. And then on the 19th, 4 o'clock is Telemon, and at 6 o'clock, Solid Waste Authority. Okay, we got a lot of bond reductions. Look like Doug's been busy. Which I know you're busy every day, but have a bond reduction for 7-Eleven, number 1045561, and that is for the 7-Eleven at US Route 11 at Nate Bush Lane, BCP file 2303-080 tied to 2111-431, and that is for the grading permit. Bond reduction for Butler's Crossing Commercial, BCP file 2109-343 tied to 2201-006, 2112-446, 2007-048, 2105-0232, performance bond NWV 1161, and that's from the engineering department. Have a bond release for Spring Mills Phase 11A, or bond release, Phase 3, lots 19 through 136, BCP file dash 016-14 tied to llama case 2102-074, 2104-140, and number 230-001, bond number 100390856, and that's been submitted by engineering as well. Have a bond release for East Mountain Health Advantage Medical Center, file number 031-17 tied to 2211-325, number 2211-326, and number R020296-18. That's for grading bond. Number 1068606466, once again from the engineering department. Have a bond release for Nestle Woods Section A, BCP file 86-04 tied to 2105-200, bond number SNN 4010162, and that's engineering. Bond reduction for Rudder Store number 95, grading permit, BCP file 030-19 to 210-0126, and number 2301-006, bond number PB 121-429-0062. Are there any questions for Doug on the bond reductions and releases? Okay. Next is the order for
The order for two new funds to house the monies collected. This is the split of the transfer tax. If you remember, there's a process involved where the money has to be split, driven by the Senate bill and the law.
yes, sir.
This just creates those two accounts to put it.
So, I mean, finance and the assessor, or not the assessor, but the clerk, they're,
It's both fund, they're both for the clerk.
yes, sir.
Elections is one piece, and then the other also for them, for the heat.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the consent agenda for July 13th, 2023.
Very good. Now, second.
Is that the right date? I'll second that, regardless of the date.
It's been properly moved and second to approve the consent agenda for today. Any questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Hess, we've got some exonerations today that appear to be office error.
Yes, sir, we got a couple.
Okay.
Good morning.
Morning.
I've got about, let's see, I got 6 personal property exonerations. We had to correct. All of them was for keying the wrong amounts in. And that first one for $10,804. They added another 1 or 2 numbers for that
I
assessment.
say, Tesla's really going up in price, haven't they?
Yeah, and there's no money brought in or taken out. That bill was made, it was a supplemental bill, So we just got rid of the bill, so it's just paper.
It was probably quite a shock when it was opened up.
So at any rate, those six total up to $12,087.52 for those six.
Okay.
Mr. President, I move to accept the personal property office error exonerations in the amount of $12,087.52.
It's been properly motioned. I have a second.
Second.
Been properly motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you. And you have one real estate.
Yeah, we do have one real estate. It's a big one, $3.52. It was keyed on as real estate. It was personal property actually. So we had to correct that. But it's $3.52.
Okay.
Ain't hardly worth the paperwork. But
Okay, sir. Mr. Barr, need a motion on that?
hello.
You prepared to make a motion on the exonerations?
No, I think HD should.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to accept the exoneration on the office there in the amount of $3.52. Are we on the second one? Or is it the whole thing?
That's it.
No, sir, that's it.
I'll second that.
Oh, okay.
Because HD did such a good job.
Thank you, Mr. Barnhart. It's been properly moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Barnhart,
Yes, sir.
board and meeting reports, please.
Well, thank you. The only meeting I had this week was the Public Water District. They approved the design plans for Boyd's Crossing for 1,800 feet of 12-inch pipe, which will service no houses, just I guess a loop connector. They reviewed and approved the invoice for engineering services from the Bunker Hill plant for $135,000. And they spent a good bit of time discussing if they should make comments to the proposed ordinance that we're going to have public hearing on today. And they agreed amongst themselves that they should do that. And so they may show up today with comments.
Bill, I know that they have forwarded their comments.
Yeah. To, I guess, Brian.
Right, well, there's a separate email account set up for them, so, very good, yeah. Yeah, because I know that over time, they've had some problems.
Well, it's not just them. It seems to be all utility places get PO'd at the power company for just dumping stuff over top of the water meters and everything else.
Right,
It's getting to be a headache.
okay. Is that it?
Yeah, for
Okay.
me.
HD,
Yes,
do you have anything to report?
I do. We had a roundhouse meeting last night. There were several things going on there. As you all know, the construction is still waiting to go underway for the elevator and steps for the second floor. We're still waiting on that, waiting on permit from the city. So that's where it is. The HVAC progress, the ductwork is being laid out to be done there. We also discussed the potential putting turf in the frog and switch shop to cut down on dust and to make it more usable. The price there would be it's a repurposed turf, so it comes off of basically soccer fields, football fields that have are getting new turf. So this is a 3-inch grass turf that. Are you able to hear me?
Oh, yes, yeah.
Okay, I saw Gary moving. I didn't know if something was wrong. Oh, okay, sorry.
You were excited, so we had to turn you down a little bit.
Gotcha. So it's a 3-inch grass turf that comes in 60-foot rolls. That's 7.5 foot wide by 60 foot. It doesn't take a lot of maintenance, but this got pushed to the next meeting because they wanted some more information on what it is and what it would take to do. I personally think it would be a great idea for that room. It's just like walking on. If anybody's ever been on a football field that has turf, it's kind of spongy. It's low maintenance. It may need a coat of paint to get it all, recover some lines and whatnot, but that's something we're looking to do for that building, which would open up a lot of opportunities to do different things in that building. We also discussed the Founders Weekend for next year, 2024. We've discussed and working to do a project in part the Apollo and do a Patsy Cline, a tribute show over there to raise money, a combination money for the Roundhouse and for the Apollo. And then there's some electric work that we're getting priced out what needs done in the electric box, because right now, forever the wire has run across the roof and down to the office, and it needs to be rerouted and put inside the building. So we're getting some different quotes on that. One came back and it was around $7,000, but we're waiting for more quotes on that. And then we voted to put in a request to the CVB for funding towards a Halloween fundraiser for some advertisement and some different things. And then our 2024 rates will be discussed in the August meeting. Kathy Morris, the new appointee from the city, has been working on a spreadsheet and comparing our rates to other facilities in the area. And we hope by 24 we may also have the upstairs finished there, and we'll be able to start to use that. We did get an email back from Mr. Bowers about capacity of the upstairs, because there were some questions about capacity and use of the upstairs, and as he sees it now with the new doors and steps being put in the elevator, our total occupancy load will be around 390 people. That it comes at about, where's it at here? I think it was 1,000 pounds per square inch. So with the steel beams and with everything that's put in place for the elevator, both steps, we could have a higher capacity if steps were wider. The steps are actually what may be limiting us on the older steps there. But 390 is pretty good, I think, for that upstairs there. Have HVAC be finished up here in the next 6-8 months. So looking forward to that.
Yeah, well, it sounds like you're making some progress there.
Yeah, a lot going on.
Very good. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Kellett?
I have to say about Patsy Cline, I think she had the greatest female voice of all time, except for maybe Whitney Houston. In her younger days, before she became famous, she hung out in some houses down in the town of Hedgesville, and a lot of people enjoyed her visits there. She actually obviously lived in Winchester, so I think you can't go wrong, HD, with a Patsy Cline event for sure. So not in this area.
Yeah, I think it'll be good. Probably pack the Apollo, honestly.
Yeah, and of course they made the movie Sweet Dreams and shot a lot of that movie films here in Berkeley County and Martinsburg. So on Saturday, I attended the Frog Hollow Trail dedication and ribbon cutting, and I want to compliment the city of Martinsburg. The trail was installed first class, and that same day it's already getting used, and every day I go by there I see people on it. It's going to get used to death, and it's a great start to hopefully future trails getting over to potentially Oakdale Park and potentially out to, of course, the regional jail. So I compliment the city on a job well done. On Monday I attended the school safety meeting that the sheriff has been having once a month, along with Councilman Gogenauer, and really pleased with the effort that they are presenting to the community. And they have on the 27th of this month, they're having a actual drill down in South Berkeley County on training people how to handle a situation in case there is a school shooting. So I compliment their efforts. On Monday night, I had a meeting with the Farmland Protection. It was Risa's first meeting as a new executive director. I've spoken with her as well, one-on-one, and I think she's going to do a really fine job there in replacing Mark Schiavone. So on Tuesday, Eddie and I met with Ron Stevens and Elaine Bobo from the Board of Ed. we're trying to do a monthly meeting with them just to keep in tune with what's going on at the Board of Ed and any way we can work together. Eddie brought in Tracy Gilliams from our grant department to meet with them for several minutes, and I want to compliment Tracy on the job they do and how well informed she was to let them know about a potential grant that could help them tremendously in school safety. And then yesterday, Wednesday, I attended the opioid meeting here in the council chambers, commission chambers. And I was pleased to see that Tim Zaya was appointed as our regional director. And I want to compliment Eddie on an exceptional job that he did representing us and also chairing the meeting. Thank you, Eddie.
Very good. You can tell it's been a little bit of a busy week around the table here. LAPC meeting, I think it was on Tuesday. They're looking at a lot of different training opportunities with rail and pipeline in particular. So I know those will be very valued training opportunities for our first responders. And also they're planning their functional exercise, which will be, has not yet been determined where that meeting is going to be, but that will be on September the 6th. This region will participate in that particular exercise. And also just as a note, because I know that the Red Cross is, an agency that we do fund. And last year, they helped, in this county alone, 216 people. They had 37 different events, and they helped financially with $44,000 of assistance to these folks. So, Red Cross is really a great benefit that we have in this area, and we're very appreciative of their services. Also with the School Safety Committee, Kevin Plummer was at the meeting, and he is the governor's appointee for school safety in this particular region. I think he does threat assessments and whatnot on and works with the different agencies for 97 different schools, in which, obviously we have a third of them just in this county alone. I did miss the 911 dispatch, emergency dispatch meeting, advisory board meeting this week. But I spoke with Jennifer this morning, and they've hired 2 new dispatchers. They came on board pre-certified, which is really encouraging that when we can bring people on board who've already received the bulk of their training, and they're scheduling a new class in August. So it sounds like she's keeping our staffing levels where they need to be. And we all know, in the past it's been a challenge, but they're doing really, really good there. And the pay raises over the last couple of years, I think, have really made a large impression on our workforce to be able to keep our employees that we've already trained. We've got good employees. We're very happy to have them, but also to attract new people to the county employment. So we're very fortunate there. Okay, and that's about it. We have a bid opening at, I'm sorry, there are no reappointments or no new applications received this week for any of the board and commission vacancies. At 10 o'clock, which we're within the hour or within the minute, we'll be there. A bid opening for the RFP for SWAT and sniper equipment.
You do. The first one is at 10 o'clock. It's actually labeled SWAT Sniper Equipment 2. One is later, but we're going to start with 2. This particular one is for Thunder Beast suppressors. The description is Dominus CD suppressors quantity 3. And you have 2 submissions.
Okay, and on attachment A, the price proposal for the Thunder Beast suppressor, the total price is $3,315 with a unit price of $1,105 a piece. And that's from Arms Unlimited Incorporation. out of Henderson, Nevada. First one,
I'll get it.
This price is from Silencer Shop out of Austin, Texas for the Thunder Beast suppressor. It has a unit price of $1,288.10, and the price for all three is $3,864.30, and that is the Silencer Shop out of Austin, Texas.
Those will go to the sheriff's department for review. They wrote the specs in their seat and answered your questions, so this is just for them.
Very good, thank you.
We've got 3 minutes until the next one, but this is labeled SWAT Sniper Equipment 3. And the description on the material is much more lengthy than what you just opened. This is ultralight bags, carrier for their equipment. It looks like just a bunch of personal uniformity, if you will, for the officers. There's probably a total of rifle brush, bore cleaner, tripod, bipods, so on and so forth. So it looks like several different pieces of general equipment used by the SWAT team, and it's labeled SWAT Sniper Equipment 3. I failed to mention that we did have certification of publication on the
Yes,
first
thank
one.
you very much.
You're very welcome. We also have certification of publication for this one. It was also both advertised on the website and sent directly to vendors, and you have one response to SWAT Sniper 3. Okay. About 2 more minutes. Mr. Barnard could dance or sing.
I appreciate it.
What decade is he gonna be in? That was the question.
70s were good.
Yeah, that's music with it. 60s maybe with the Beatles.
Yeah. Elvis in the 50s. Ed Miller in the 40s.
I hate to open that up on the counter, but everybody always complains about the noise.
Right.
I was gonna bring my new letter opener with me, and I did. I knew this bid thing was gonna be.
Okay. Okay, for the SWAT Sniper Equipment 3, there were no bids for any of that particular equipment from Keesler Police Supply Incorporation out of Jeffersonville, Indiana, other than the Harris bipods at $136 a piece. That's the only article that they bidded on. Yes, ma'am. And they have a lead time of 30 to 90 days on their product.
You have 5 minutes before the next one. Okay, yeah, solid 5 minutes if you want to.
That's fine. Sure. Yeah.
You
We've got a few minutes, HD, that we need to kind of work through here. So Anthony's going to give us an update on the museum commission.
Okay, all right.
So last week, there was some discussion about potentially rewriting the order establishing the museum commission. It initially had 9 members, and the statute permits up to 10 members. So before you in your read ahead, there was one, and then there's an updated one. It has 10 members, and it also includes the ability for the Berkeley County Commission, the other 2 commissions in the Eastern Panhandle, as well as any of the municipalities, to send over a liaison. So the idea is that it would be a regional commission. Then it has it set up to where there would be 4 3-year appointments starting out, 3 2-year, and then 3 1-year. So that they would then be staggered 3-year appointments.
So you're saying that on this commission, we have no more say than Morgan County Commission does?
You have 10 appointments, and they don't have any appointments.
Yeah, but once those appointments are made, we have no more control than the Morgan County Commission does.
We can replace any of the 10 appointments at any time.
But once the appointments are made, we have no more control over it than
I got you.
Morgan
That's
County.
your power is definitely through the power of appointment.
Yeah, well, I don't like that. You should have somebody, a voting member on the board.
We're going to do that.
Well, this doesn't, this says no.
Well, the only flip side of that, it only gives you 1 vote, so you're not going to have the control.
No,
anyway.
but at least you got a vote. With this, you don't have any vote.
It's our plan, my plan anyway, to nominate Matt Olmsted to be the 10th voting member on that.
Yeah, but he's still not the county commissioner.
Understand that.
County commissioner.
We can be a liaison like the other ships.
I don't like that.
Okay.
You guys, it's up to you guys.
That's why we're having the discussion.
Yeah.
What's H day?
I can put it on there either way.
Last week, Jim and I first thought about it, I thought we should have an elected official too, but then I think there's advantages to not having an elected official as those people change over time. And
Yeah,
of
but
course,
you
the
have no
members
more,
of the board, but
Morgan County's got as much say in this as Berkeley County,
Well,
other than the appointments.
that's why it's called a regional.
Well, it's not called a regional thing yet. That's in the future.
I think we, if we appoint someone, then there's going to be a lot more other county officials or city officials that want to appoint someone on the board, and then it becomes more of a mess too.
We've only got 2.
If we have who we have appointed and put in place, and we appoint those people, we would hope they would kind of be what we want in there. That's kind of my take on it.
But the appointees we have are all Berkeley County residents, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Does that continue to be the case in the future, that they would have to be Berkeley, because we're the ones appointing them, obviously, in the future as well? From the
Anthony, is there anything in the wording there that says you have to be a Berkeley resident to be on the?
I'd have to look at it.
I don't remember.
I don't
reading
recall that being a limitation. So I think
There's some things like the Roundhouse Authority. You have to be a Berkeley County resident to be on the Roundhouse Authority. I didn't know if this museum board was the same.
no, I don't think there is a limitation. I mean, I would imagine most have been. I don't know what the museum is. Nobody really knows what it's going to be like, and whether there will be multiple museums someday. But I think with the idea of being a regional commission, the county still has all the authority in appointing any of the 10 members. So you have the ultimate control. But I think the idea when prior council members were here was to set it up as a regional museum and try to get buy-in from others in the community, from other municipalities, counties, to where they'll have a liaison just like you do. But obviously the county commission will be the ultimate decider of who's
Yeah, and I think it's important to have Matt on there. Matt proved to me, and I would certainly think this entire body, that last year with the 250th celebration, he was able to bring all those different entities together at the same time. That has not been done for a long time, if ever. So I know that Matt has the ability to help bring those folks together.
Mr. Mayor, President, this would be the bid opening.
I didn't think this.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Can we do this? We have the bid on 1010.
We can bring this back up.
Yeah, we can bring this back up.
Okay, fine.
You have a bid opening for a night force scope quantity of 3. Has been advertised, has certification of publication, and you have 2 respondents.
Okay, and the first bid that we have for the night force scope, is from Gov Smart Incorporated out of Charlottesville, Virginia. And each unit price is $1,496.25 each, whereas for the 3, $4,488.75. Once again, the Kiesler, and Penny, just for your help, where it's KIESLER Police Supply Incorporated out of Jeffersonville, Indiana. Each individual price of $1,900 for a total of $5,700. And once again, lead time of 30 to 60 days.
I'll read we've got, now just SWAT equipment. We'll read through it in the next 3 minutes and we'll get done with that. You again have certification of publication, and you have 3 respondents to the next one. It is labeled SWAT equipment. It is for 14 Ecotech OGLs. It doesn't come with any more of a description than that. And it's a single solicitation for those 14 devices. All questions were referred to the Sheriff's Department, so your purchasing department wasn't involved. Advertised duly with 3 responding submissions. We've got to get Mr. Catlin a knife. This is easy.
I had one on my desk to bring, and I forgot.
Okay, the first bid is from Atlantic Tactical. And they are located in New Cumberland, Pennsylvania. For the OGL, SKU dash EOT dash OGL dash S10. Unit price of 14 is $1,829.26 for a combined total of $25,609. The second bid for the OGL is from Kiesler Police Supply out of Jeffersonville, Indiana. A unit price of $2,100 each, and a total combined price of $29,410. I'm sorry, $29,400. And once again, the lead time is 6 months plus, and it may vary.
Google search says that's a laser sight.
Okay. All right, it's one that won't wipe off, right? Okay. Vance Outdoors presented new bid. They are out of Columbus, Ohio. Okay. All right.
That'll be it. I did do send it.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, there is no limitation on a member being a resident of, but I don't know if the I would think all the applicants. So it's just like
Very good.
you guys.
Good, thank you. I have no more questions. Does anybody else have any other questions? If not, I'm ready for a motion.
I make a motion that we approve it with 10 members and that Matt Umstead is appointed as the 10th member of the commission.
What?
No, let's just
You want to just separate
Do the
two motions?
do the order, and then if you want to make an appointment, you can make an appointment.
I make a motion
Okay.
that we accept it that the new commission will be a 10-member body.
Second.
I think it was HD.
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
Ayes have it. Did you want to make that other appointment today?
Yes, I would also make a motion that.
If you'd like me to, I'll make a motion to appoint Matt Umstead to the board.
Sure.
All right.
It's been
I would
properly
like to make a
motioned.
motion to appoint Matt Umstead to the 10th member museum board.
For what term?
Immediate, I guess.
Which term?
He'd be of the 4 3-year term.
You rescinded your motion last week, I don't believe.
Yeah, there's no members on there now.
Okay.
There's now a new order replacing the old order.
Yeah.
This would be the first appointment. So yeah, you could choose a 4 or a 3, 2, or 1 year, but just need to specify.
It's breaking up a little bit. Are you saying that we have to reappoint everybody?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have the? I don't have the list in front of
You
me.
can do it with next.
Yeah, well, let's just wait till next week and we'll do the entire board all at one time.
Okay.
All right?
All right.
Yeah. You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I was going to see if I could pull up that list that I had.
No, it's okay.
I think
We
I
can-
have
we
it.
can, we can make that
I
a
do
public.
have it. Do it now. If you want to next week, you can wait. It's your call.
Does he have the list? You have him HD?
I do have the list. Yes.
Okay, well, let's get it done then.
Anthony looks like he wants to say something.
I haven't been in office.
He hasn't.
You can certainly make the appointments now if you want.
All right, if you have the list, let's do
I
it.
figured it'd be easier if he was here and had if you got the list.
Go ahead, HD.
Just make sure you know which ones are
Hey,
2 years. 2 years.
And you're gonna separate these out as 3-year, 2-year, and 1-year appointments?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Give me 1 second here. Here we go. I got it. I had it 2 ways. One didn't have broken down. Okay. Appointments to museum board for 1 year. Ron Good, Robert Mahaffey, Matthew Howard. As the 2-year appointments, I have Helen Harris, Richard Trineri,
Slow
and
down.
Don Silva.
Slow down a minute.
I'm sorry?
I got 1 year.
HD.
Hang on a
Timmy's
second.
catching up to you.
I'll start with 2 years.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right, go ahead and start with the
Slow down.
2-year.
2 years would be Helen Harris, Richard Trenary, Don Silvas. 3-year appointments would be Keith Hammersley, Jody William Price, Carol Apenzler, Appenzellar, and then as 10th member, 3-year appointment, Matthew Umstead.
Okay. Have a motion to accept those 10 folks as the board of the museum.
I second that.
So we have a motion to HD, second by Councilman or Commissioner Catlett. Any other further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you very much. Okay. Next on our agenda is board and commission interview with Mr. Lugo with the representing the applying for the Berkeley County Development Authority. Come forward, sir. State your name, please, and tell us a little bit about you and what you can bring to the table for the Development Authority.
So, good morning, everybody. My name is Jose Lugo. I am the Senior Director for Logistics in our Taylor Station plant here in Taylor Station Road. Part of my responsibility is that I own everything that supports all of the operations. So basically, I am bringing materials to the site, I am shipping finished product out to the different mixing centers or distribution centers in the US. I have relationship with all of our contractors. Like we have several companies that are working inside providing us service to either manage materials or make materials, etc., etc. So I have responsibility for that. I have worked for Procter & Gamble for 28 years, and as you can tell from my accent, I was born and raised in Puerto Rico. And throughout my career, I have worked in Puerto Rico, then I worked in Cincinnati, where our headquarters are twice. I worked in Mexico in an international assignment. I also worked in California, and I have been here in West Virginia for the last 2 years. I am one of the managers in the site that have the highest responsibility of being able to oversight most of the operations, so I kind of know everything that is happening around, and very happy to be here. So what can I bring to the table? I think that I am really interested in the development of the community. I think that our intent is to make sure that Procter wins, but the community also wins. So we want to get some roots here and develop the local talent. I want to make sure that the company is well represented, but at the same time, I would like to make sure that the county is represented within our company for the future.
Very good. We're just gonna, ask you a few questions. Or just
Sure, absolutely.
We'll start with Mr. Barnard, please.
As it is with most large corporations, their upper level people don't stay long at a site.
Don't stay long, you're saying?
At a site,
Yes.
you're here for 2 years and boom, now you're in Phoenix, Arizona. Is that going to happen to you, or are you here for the long haul?
I'm gonna be here sometime. Most likely, at some point, I'm gonna have another opportunity, because part of the philosophy that Procter has is that they want to renew the leadership in different sites, so that you bring something new, you bring some other experiences, and also we are a promotion from within company. So it's important for us, if you're a promotion from within company, it's important to develop the talent that is going to come after. So that is the reason why I do want to stay here sometime, because I have moved plenty, and I do like the area, I do like the work that I'm doing. That's one of the reasons why they're sending me here.
Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Boyd?
Really, I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing what he said in his interview, so I don't know that I really could question much, to be
Okay.
honest.
Okay,
Sorry for that.
that's fine. That's fair. Commissioner Callett?
Has your experience here been a positive one? And if so, tell me how.
Uh, it's been positive from many angles. I think that professionally, this is the biggest plan that Procter & Gamble has. So it doesn't get any bigger than this. So we have on the side the best-in-class systems that the company has. We have the highest standards, and any impact that you can make on the site, it has a multiplying effect because it's just so big that the effect is very high. In terms of the community, I like the people. I like the place is beautiful, and I enjoy driving to work every day because of the mountains and everything. I am personally developing the Hispanic community in Taylor Station, and I have a group of people that I'm trying to make sure that we enhance and we help progress the Hispanics that are at the site. I also like the fact that I can connect with the other companies that are serving us and make sure that they're successful as well. Because their success is going to be our success.
Thank you, Bill.
All right, thank you. This particular appointment is on this board is to represent industry as a whole, which I understand, with P&G and all of the operations that are going there. There are other industries involved with P&G to make them successful. But I think, and I would hope that with your experience that you bring with you to such a large corporation, that you would have the insight as we sit and discuss different industries coming into our area, that you would have knowledge to be able to share with us, to make them successful and to make sure they're a good fit in our community. Obviously we want good jobs. We want environmentally, we want good, clean jobs. So that's important.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's all I have. If there's anything else that you wanted to cover that you didn't discuss, I'll give you a little bit extra time, but if you're comfortable with that.
I don't have anything else.
Very good. Well, thank you for your time and your willingness to serve on the Development Authority.
Thank you very
Yes,
much.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we're gonna take a 15-minute break. Thank you.
Alrighty, next item on the agenda, excuse my absence briefly, I had a sort of emergency job call, so. Next up is Jennifer Smith, Executive Director of the Development Authority, on proposed agenda items. Discussion and consideration of a resolution of the County Commission that would set a date and time for a public hearing and consideration of objections of the new TIF district. So, you want to come on up?
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker, and good morning, everyone. So as Jim mentioned, yes, I am here. I do have a resolution. There's two resolutions and consideration for a proposed, we need to set a time and date for a public hearing. And the purpose will be for a north end TIF and a south end TIF. I do have maps available, which we have gone through multiple times, and I think we're all in agreement on the north and the south end TIFs. But the current resolutions, I do have copies of them as well.
Okay. Do we need to read those into the record? Probably should.
Read the whole thing?
Yeah, or just
It's about 7 pages.
7,
No,
8.
you don't need to read them. It's already-
Okay.
It'll be in the record.
Okay. Alrighty.
So as I mentioned, I do need a resolution for the north end TIF and the south end TIF, and this is a resolution regarding a public hearing for
Sure.
both TIFs.
Okay. Do we have any dates picked out?
September the 7th.
We can do them both at the same
11
time.
and 6.
11 and 6 again, yes. All right. Okay, need a motion for the TIF application approval?
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I make a motion, we accept the resolution for the TIF district hearing to be set up for September the 7th at 11 and 6 o'clock.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
Is this for district number 1 and number 2?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much for your time.
Before, you also need to act on both resolutions.
Yes, to adopt both resolutions. Okay, can I have a motion to adopt both resolutions for the, call it the North and Mid-South TIF districts?
So moved.
Have a motion to have a second, or no, an adoption? Do I have a second to the adoption, or do we need a second?
Two.
Two.
First, you do one at a time.
Do, okay,
North and south.
thank you.
You just did north, now do south.
Now do south, okay. Now motion to adopt the resolution for the South TIF.
Yes, sir. So moved.
Okay. Have a second, and any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. We have them both.
Go ahead and do the north one, because I think the first one was more about setting the public hearing.
Yeah, okay, we'll do the,
Adopt the resolution.
we need to adopt the resolution on the North TIF district. Do I have a motion?
Yes, sir, Mr. President, motion to adopt the North District, TIF district.
Okay, and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. We got them both and then some.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Now we have a public hearing coming up at 11 o'clock.
Mr. President, I move to open the public hearing for the subdivision regulations.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, the public hearing is open.
Jerry, have to read anything?
We have anything read ahead? Is anybody have any comments or questions about the new subdivision ordinance regulations? Okay, I don't have a sign-in sheet, but
Right here, specified.
okay.
everybody signed in who wants to sign in.
Does anybody else want to sign for public comment?
Make sure it's legible.
Yeah, so you can answer the phone.
Yeah.
Need discounts.
And write in phonics.
And what?
Write in phonics.
Yeah, and fine.
Just remember the number where you signed in. I'll just call your number.
You're gonna
See how. Read the comment, yeah.
No.
Just kidding. Anyone else? All right.
We all need to, we all check the 5 minutes early.
Yeah.
So you'll need to check it. So you're gonna just set a limit.
I'll just kind of give a little,
So Brian or Anthony. should
Yeah.
set the time.
yeah, I'll get Brian to come up here in a second. During the public comments, I would like to just remind everyone to of a timely manner, and not repetitive. If somebody talks about it, we'll most certainly take the notes on it and go from there. So, Brian, you want to come up and kind of give a little overview of the ordinance and just how it progressed through the channels?
Morning, Council. We're here today for a public hearing on the subdivision ordinance, which basically was, in the works for quite a few years, to be quite honest with you. It basically started back with Heather Williams, and then whenever she left, me and my staff took it over. And there's been at least 2 different revisions to it so far. And we basically came up, took it before the Planning Commission. They voted on it to take it before the County Council, and here we are today for public hearing.
Okay. I do know, like with any document that we have done before, that it is a working document, and I know that we'll have to make adjustments and amendments to it. It usually works out that way, and that's why we're up here to make the good and common sense decisions on it the best we can. So we just have a few more minutes before we can actually open the public hearing. If Doug, you have any comments about it, or do you see Laura? You know, nope. Okay.
We just for purposes of signing.
Yeah, we'll hold the sheet if somebody else comes in, and then but I'll go ahead and call up Ken Barton if you want to start, and then somebody else comes in, wants to sign in, we'll give them that opportunity.
Mr. President, members of the commission, good morning. Kenneth Barton. I live at 64 Castanea Drive, Martinsburg, West Virginia. I'm also employed by Steptoe and Johnson, 1250 Edwin Miller Boulevard, Martinsburg, West Virginia. I've had the privilege of representing developers in the development community for a good 20 to 25 years. And I've already submitted written comments to the commission. Looking around the room, it looks like members of staff they're peeking at it right now. I'm not going to spend any time getting into the nuts and bolts of this, but what I would suggest to you, and based upon my comments, I think you should consider either sending this back to the Planning Commission or creating an ad hoc committee yourself to look at all of the comments that you get and to take a good hard look at this document, because right now I believe and my clients believe that this document is fraught with some problems. I think back to when I was first starting in this business, and Bruce Van Wyck and Lee Van Meter, God rest both their souls, were my mentors. And the one thing that they told me whenever you've got a project is you got to get a good engineer. And during that time, and when people would call for me for out of town, they'd be calling me from Fairfax, they're coming in to do a project, they say, we want to hire you to do our project in front of the Planning Commission. And the first thing I'd say to them is, you've got to get a good engineer. And the reason for that is because our subdivision regulation has always been very clear. It's always set the rules. If you follow the rules, as the Supreme Court has said multiple times, if you follow the rules, you get plan approval. And I know Commissioner Gokenauer, as the member of the Planning Commission, knows that, and that's how the commission has operated for many years. Only one time in the 20 plus more years that I would rather not admit to, have I ever had to take a decision of the Planning Commission across the street to Circuit Court. And that was because the Planning Commission chose not to accept the recommendations of their own lawyer. And that was an embarrassment to not only the county and the Planning Commission when they had to put an ad in the newspaper looking for a lawyer to defend them in Circuit Court because they disregarded their own lawyer's advice. Back in 2021, as Mr. Ross has already alluded to, there were some comments about work done on this, and then it was shelved, and now all of a sudden it's back out after a 2-year hiatus. One of the things we've seen in the development community over the last couple of years is kind of an overreach on the part of staff, particularly the engineering staff, putting requirements out there that aren't in the ordinance, that are outside their scope of expertise, most importantly, Department of Highways. We've been getting a lot of comments asking for decel lanes, accel lanes. These are things that are outside the purview of the Planning Commission. And unfortunately, that's been codified in this ordinance. And that is one of the big concerns that our clients have, is because these are areas that are, if you get an entrance permit, which should be all that's required, that should be the end of the discussion. There shouldn't be anything else that staff requires. If DOH gives you an entrance permit, that should be the end of it. So there's a lot of concern about that. Another big concern is that there's a lot of language in there that gives the engineering department and even the commission at some point the ability to inject subjective rules. Well, you can't do it that way. The Supreme Court's been very clear that your ordinance has to be narrowly tailored so that everyone knows the rules, and if you comply with the rules, you get your plat approved. And so what I would suggest, just from the 30,000-foot view, I think there needs to be some more work. I'm not going to waste your time or take your time in specific comments. But I would like to see us get back to where people call me on the phone and they say, we want to hire you. Right now I say, okay, I'll do it. I want to get back to, they say, I want to hire you. I say, no, you need a good engineer because the county has the rules, they follow the rules, and you get your plat approved. So thank you, Mr. President. Sure.
Had a couple gentlemen walk in that did not get to sign up. Is anybody else wanting to speak during the public hearing? I do have a sign-up sheet here if you want to sign your name to it. But the next person on the list is Jason Gerhardt.
Good morning. My name is Jason Gerhardt. I'm one of the partners at Integrity Federal Services. We're an engineering firm here based in Martinsburg. I have a copy of my comments that I'll give you here as well. So in the essence of time, I won't read through these, but the main point that I wanted to make is similar to the prior speaker. The development community likes to get involved in these processes and work collaboratively with staff to come up with answers to questions that I'm sure will come up through this. So I would encourage you guys to send this either to the Planning Commission or to several development roundtable meetings to work through the comments that come up with something that I think would be good for the overall community and moving forward for the development. So my specific comments are in there. Happy to go through them with anybody, but I won't try to belabor the point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Richard Gay.
Mr. President, members of the County Commission, my name is Richard Gay. My office is located at 11 North Washington Street, Berkeley Springs, West Virginia. Like Mr. Barton, I've been involved in the law business for now 56 years. And I've handled innumerable cases involving land use and planning and zoning. So my comments are directed, what I believe, towards the law that controls you. I was a county commissioner for 6 years in Berkeley County, so I understand how it is to be a county commissioner. And when someone tells you you don't have the authority to do something, you don't like it. But your authority is derived from the state legislature in the West Virginia Constitution. And that's the only authority you have. You can't add to it or take away from it. There are certainly implied powers that you can to enforce an ordinance or have penalties, but you can't exceed the statutory authority the legislature has given you. So I'm going to concentrate on the subjective decision-making that you have inherent in this particular ordinance. And under Kaufman versus the Planning Commission of Fairmont, which was decided over 40 years ago, our Supreme Court held the subdivision regulation enacted by a planning commission must be reasonable, and a regulation must sufficiently restrain the discretion of the commission to ensure a fair administration and sufficiently inform the property owner to ensure adequate guidance in the preparation of plans. Planning commissions are administrative bodies. The approval of a plat is a ministerial act. And if someone meets the requirements of the ordinance, then you have no choice not to approve it. You don't have discretion. And so this ordinance, as drafted, is full of discretion. It has, I'll talk a little bit about in a minute about the authority to intercede in the Department of Highways, but I want to call your attention to specifically West Virginia Code 885 1D and E. And this section deals specifically with the authority to delegate to the staff to approve preliminary plans, provisional land section. It allows the staff to determine completeness, phasing, changes, and technical review. But you have to have detailed procedures and checklists for major subdivisions so that when an applicant comes to you, he can look at that, get his engineer and say, we got to do these, we need these 15 permits from the outside agencies. And once we get that and fill these, the engineers approve the design, we put those documents on the table and then it's complete and we get approval. So the delegation to the county engineer of injecting his desires on the Department of Highways is totally unacceptable. It's totally illegal in my opinion. The Department of Highways is a separate it's a separate state agency. And I've cited cases in this letter that I sent to you all showing that you have no jurisdiction over the Department of Highways any more than you would over the DNR or any other state agency. And there are cases that hold that, but there's specifically a case called City of Morgantown versus News and Trucking, where the City of Morgantown tried to regulate the weights of trucks. And unlike county commissions, a municipality does have some right to control traffic. But the court there held, we recognize that the comprehensive authority of the State Commissioner of Highways to regulate the state road system, which expressly provides the authority and control over the state road system shall be vested in the Commissioner of Highways. That's clear. So you don't have any authority to do that. And I say in my letter a couple of things that I'm interested in looking at was like this a particular delegation to the engineer about having the application filed to him before it's submitted to the Department of Highways. You don't have that authority, in my opinion. The other thing I wanted to say has to do with Chapter 8A 710E. And that chapter in the code, Chapter 8A, provides that you cannot adopt any ordinance, rule, regulation preventing or limiting outside municipal areas the complete use of natural resources or the tract of land of any size for farm or agricultural purposes, and that includes timbering and whatever else. We've had a case recently, one of my clients was alleged to have violated a lot of your regulations, including timber operations, managed timber operations, and farming. So the statute specifically says you can't regulate that. So I just call these things for your attention. I hope you read my memo. It was not meant to be critical. It was meant to assist you in drafting your ordinance so that you can have one that's valid and you fulfill the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Abernathy.
Good morning, gentlemen. I've been doing survey work here in Berkeley County for about 45 years now, and been through a bunch of different regulations and different things. And I just have some of the things are a little bit confusing here, and I just want to kind of bring up a couple of them here to show you my concerns. An article section or Article 3 basically is where 3 and 4 is where I got most of my comments from. But under Article 3, Section 301(6), it says if the plan requires lot lines to be redrawn, staff will then determine whether the plan qualifies as a minor land development. That's a very broad statement. Under minor plans, there are 7 different types of surveys listed down there. So I don't know if every time I got to come in here now, if that maybe needs to be explained a little bit better. I think that more refers to the administrative, which is what I think is a great thing. The 3 lots and a residue. And I don't really know if the minors, if that 3 lot and residue has to go before the engineering department. Right now, under the preliminary final, as you all know, that the engineering department reviews even if it's just 1 lot and a residue. I thought the purpose for doing this 3 lots and a residue was to do away with the engineering department review of at that point. So that's a question I have. I'm not really sure how that's going to. Yeah, I don't really. Steph may be able to answer that one, or they can maybe clarify a little bit more on in the regulations. But we get to section 302, and under here it talks about the general requirements for a plan. And I'm like everybody else. If I have a list of things I know I need to do, I'll follow that list and I'll do it. And this list is general and it is very vague. It says, of course, the subdivision, number 1, subdivision resulting in creation of no more than 3 lots and a residue that meet the minimum lot requirement. Well, we used to have to get waivers if the lots were less than 2 acres. Well, apparently I read into that now. If we have a guy's got 2 acres, he's got public water and sewer, he can do 3 lots of 7,500 square feet and not require any waivers. But that doesn't really mention that in there. So I'm thinking that's the way that reads. The one that really concerns me is number 2. It says, and no stormwater management is required. Well, I know if you do 3 lots and residue, you're going to have stormwater management. There's no way you can get under that 5,000 square feet. So I don't know how that would even work, other than the fact that further back in the notes, they have a comment that says that if there's stormwater management will be taken care of at the building application permit. Now, if I can do 3 lots in a subdivision, not have to go through engineering, put that note on there, that's great. That's what we needed to have. But I don't really see, that doesn't seem to be spelled out very good to me in there, and I'm a little bit confused over that. One of the other things that, in under procedure, this is section 303. This is procedure for minor plans. Well, there again, minor plans are 7 different things listed under minor plans, which includes easement plats, boundary line adjustments, testamentary, family transfer. All those are listed under minor. And it says here under number 2, within 7 days after the submission of the plat, the applicant and the staff shall meet to discuss the proposed subdivision of the development and the criteria used to classify the property as a minor. So I almost understand that, like it says submission of the plat. It doesn't say, it's almost like a sketch plat almost type thing, I would think. And that's great if we can sit down and say, this is what you need to do. Number 3, this is the one that really gets me. It says within 10 days after receiving a complete plat submission, which to me is, I'm done with my job. It's complete. I've already done all the work and it's already completed. Planning Commission shall review and either approve or deny the plat. Well, that doesn't make any sense. If I met all the criteria that was in the upper section, you can't deny the plat. Just like you're talking about, if I meet all the requirements, I've done all this work. I spent thousands of dollars worth of work on a job, and they could say, according to this, they can deny it. On what criteria, I don't know. So maybe that just needs to be reworded. That's kind of scary right there for me. But like I say, it looks like you turn something in and you hold your breath. Are they going to approve it or deny it? So some things there that are just kind of get, kind of a little bit scary to me. And one of the other ones here in the back, when it started getting into the requirements, I won't go through a whole lot of these, but minor plat requirements, it's got down here under number 6. It says the accurate location and types of materials of all existing and proposed permanent reference monuments. But this is the part here. It says the plat shall be tied to the West Virginia State Plane Coordinate System and provide a minimum of 2 interior northing and easting markers. Basically, that means I have to have GPS availability to be able to survey my plats and put that under. I don't have that. If they require that, I can't do any more work, other than pay somebody else to come in and do that. I checked with Chuck Sager. He was going to be here today, but something else came up. He does not have that capability either. So we can. I'm not sure why they need the GPS state plane coordinates that accurate. Now, big engineering firms have GPS. That's not a big deal. If that is just to apply to the 3 lots in a major subdivision, that's not too bad. But if you look at all the different developments, it says even the boundary line adjustment, it says it has to be, the requirements of section 402 have to be met. So that means for every one of those minors, even a plat of easement, the way I read that in the regulations, you have to have state plane coordinates on every survey that's turned in. And that, I don't think that's what they meant, but that's the way I read that. So that's some of the concerns I have for that. Just wanted to bring that up, and from my point of working with it, I'd be glad to sit down. Hopefully, they can maybe do some rewrites or do some changes there, and I'd be glad to be part of that. I wasn't there on the way back when they started the original. I was here for some of the workshops, but here the last review time I was not there. So some of this stuff is all totally new to me. So that's some of my concerns, and hopefully we can get that worked out.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All righty. Mr. Bennett. Yeah.
Morning.
Good morning.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm Executive Director of Homeowners Voice. I want to thank the Commission for its hard work on giving the public this opportunity to comment on the proposed ordinances. I also want to thank a couple of people here, Berkeley County homeowners, Clarence Settle and Tammy Poppett, for their help, along with some other homeowners here in Berkeley County, to put together these suggested amendments. Homeowners Voice is committed to advocating for homeowners' rights and well-being here in Berkeley County and other counties in West Virginia. We have looked through the proposed subdivision ordinances and have some suggested amendments that we think will help protect property values, safety, and preserve the culture of our amazing community. I'll just go through them briefly, but I appreciate your time to consider these. One are just friendly amendments like to strike where it says county council, but county commission. I think, welcome to being a county commission. The other one is, throughout it, the ordinances, it talks about utilities, including phone and cable. I would ask that you include broadband internet wiring, fiber or coax cable in those lists, just to make it clear to people. I think it's implied, but it still, I think, would be important to make that amendment, as well as to want to thank you guys for being so helpful to homeowners by doing the Gig Ready project and bringing high-speed internet access to a large proportion. I hope that you're able to get the funds to do the rest of the county as well. There are some amendments that we think will help modernize the public notice system that we have to make sure that homeowners have a better opportunity to participate in these types of hearings. For example, we recommend that each public hearing where a pink sign is set out, that there be a web page on the county site that includes a map of where the sign is. I know that you asked for a picture, and put that picture there maybe, and when and where the hearing is, and do that in what is considered a search engine optimized way, or format that Google and other things can grab it and have it more available for people who do searches for these things. We think that you guys have the technical expertise to accomplish this. We're happy to come in and help you with that if you'd like, and I think it might actually save money. In addition, on each of these pink signs, we would hope that there would be a link to that web page and also a QR barcode, so that people who go to these pink signs and can't quite read the writing can just use their phone or type in the URL to be able to see the underlying information about that hearing. I think that would be helpful. And I'd ask you to consider changing the time frame from 14 or 21 days to 30 days. It's just a thought to give people a little bit more opportunity. I know the journal you have stuff put into the journal as public notices. Maybe that would help in terms of giving people out there a chance. But in any case, the first two, I think, are simple and easy to do, and we'd appreciate an amendment for that. We'd also recommend an amendment that during phased construction of developments, that the recreational areas and amenities be added in the same percentage as the number of homes built. This way, the children who move in at age 5 will have a place to play without waiting too many more birthdays to be able to do that. So, say 1/3 gets built, maybe 1/3 of the amenities be done and ready for the people who are there. The other thing is, we've heard that when there is phased construction, that sometimes the people who are there as homeowners are impacted by undue construction efforts. And so we ask to have something in an amendment that says, when possible, mitigate the impact on homeowners during the phased construction for those who are currently living there. And that will help, I think, their quality of life a great deal. We'd also ask the commission some questions about the exemptions and whether or not previously there were exemptions for sidewalks where it's deemed necessary. Is that still there or not there? It was unclear to me and to the other people who read through it. And there are a few other questions having to do with amending this to be sort of future-proofed. For example, we've had people who've said, when you live in a townhouse or multi-residence, the shared parking makes it difficult to have electric car chargers. And we've had people who have electric cars who come to us and said, there needs to be some way to think about this in the future. And so whether it's putting them in as a requirement or at least making sure that retrofitting later doesn't cost a lot, that the utilities and whatnot consider that possibility as more and more people are taking advantage of the $7,500 and considerable tax credits to actually put these things in. So that might be helpful. Also, there are things called tiny homes, and they're catching on. And I know that you have a section of mobile homes. I don't think it addresses tiny homes possibility, but there are more and more communities around the United States that have them. That might be something to consider as an amendment. And then we have something here about traffic studies and not always serving the community. And I've heard the people who've spoken previously, and I know that there's a quandary because you're the county and the roads are state roads. And so what do you do when you have no say over state roads compared to the WBDOH? So I would ask that you think about the questions they've asked, but think about how maybe working with the state more closely that you can have a little bit more say over these roads that are in the unincorporated areas of the county so that you can deal with traffic in a way that accounts for potentially developments that come in and impact the overall traffic patterns here in the county. So these are some ideas. I'd be happy to come in and talk further. We're going to have posted your proposed with our notes on it, and it's not in here, but I will bring by and send a link to show where the amendments go directly into it. Thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate your hard work.
Thank you. Neo Malonis? Did I butcher your name? I'm sorry.
No, you did it right on the nail.
Okay.
That's great. Thank you. My name is Neo Malonis. I live at 56 Coldstone Court. I am retired. Obviously, I have a lot of time on my hand. What I'm calling is a concern about the subdivision and development and water supply. What I'm concerned about is specifically the Table 5-7, which is dealing with community wells versus public water access, and then the subdevelopment or development of that property and the size. What I'm trying to do is, well, actually, some of the previous speakers, I really like what they had to say about being fair to the public, fair to an individual. I don't represent anyone, by the way, I'm myself. To make the requirements of the ordinances so that they're not subject to legal liability or misadministration of what the intent was. And my part is that some of the subdivisions, we have a water in my area of the county. We don't have enough water supply or water water tanks. So the pressure and the supply are a concern. So some of the developers were wanting to put community wells in. So the community wells in addition to the public water. But according to table 5.7, it doesn't delineate when a subdivision goes from being a subdivision with community wells to when it becomes a subdivision with public water. I am saying that if you have to use public water for overusage, for times of peak usage, then it's not a public water subdivision. It is more a community well subdivision. And that needs to be taken into consideration because it can be argued, to be fair, to meet the requirements of the ordinance. Previous speakers were talking about making sure we had detailed procedures and permits. So I'm thinking that we should be doing deciding whether, use general group, deciding when these subdivisions go from public water dependence, from community wells to public water. So if they have any community wells that are not capped and sealed, they should be considered community well service subdivisions. And when public water is sufficient to completely supply them, then they can develop as a public service water.
You're leaving out the state health department in this argument.
And what's that?
Well, the state health department would regulate a community well, and it would be a public water supply.
But I think there were,
If you have more than 7 connections,
yes,
it's a public water supply. You can call it community well, you can call it house of cards. The state health department would regulate it, and it would be very expensive.
Okay. So we're not talking about, and thank you for that.
Yeah,
I just appreciate that.
That's the ultimate authority is the state health department, not the subdivision.
So my concern is that anybody can go in and put a community well, put 7 people on it, and then it becomes public water.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because the state health department regulates it.
So when they have the public water with the 7 housing units on it, does that become, thank you for your time, by the way, sorry.
It has to be completely, it's controlled by the state health department, which means it has to be chlorinated, inspected, public water sampling, the whole bit. Water treatment plant operator will run the thing.
Okay. So really you can't, so you're saying that you cannot.
It would be a community water supply just like Berkeley County Public Service Water District.
Okay, as long as it's chlorinated and everything's on there.
Chlorination is one method of disinfection.
Okay. Well, that was my concern though about, being public water and just.
Yeah. Now the state health department would put a halt to it.
To the development, you mean?
Well, they would put such controls on it, the developer would seriously consider hooking up to public water.
Oh, what I'm saying is that what happens if public water doesn't have a sufficient supply to go to the development, and they're just using the public water as ancillary, which puts mine at risk because I'm right next.
No, it doesn't work that way.
Doesn't work that way. So this is a moot point,
Kind
I
of.
hope.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's good. Well, thank you for your time and consideration.
I mean, if you have other concerns.
And that was my main concern.
Yeah.
About using public water.
Any number of houses hooked to a water system is a public water supply. I don't care where it comes from or who's running it, it's a public water supply.
Okay. Now, is it still considered public water supply? So it can, so Berkeley County can be commingled with the wells of a subdivision?
No.
But they're still considered
Now, if
public
it's
water?
it cannot be commingled because.
A cross connection.
Yeah, you have to, that's a cross connection, and that's not legal.
Thank you. I'll ponder that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Gary, last name Freeze? Fry. Oh, okay, missed the Y there. Gary Fry.
You put too much into it, huh?
I did.
Thank you for this time. It's always a privilege to be able to voice one's concern in a free country. We thank you for that opportunity. I want to, first of all, say that I thank you and staff for an ordinance that seems to be stepping in the right direction for processing minor subdivisions, administrative subdivisions, separating those out from the larger subdivisions. There's so many families, farmers, so forth, that aren't into big development. They just want to cut off a lot for their family members, and it certainly helps to see that this is being done in a way that's handled administratively and doesn't have to go through the full process of a major subdivision. I'm not sure whether you had an outside agency draft this or whether this was just staff done, but I do appreciate it. I want to specifically talk to a couple of the comments on the minors, a couple of the requirements for minors. Again, as Greg Gabernetsky pointed out on 302.1, item A2, no stormwater management is required. That is a great statement for a minor subdivision. Appreciate that. The question is, what does that mean in the previous preliminary / final situation? We were being asked to, even though it wasn't in the ordinance, to put impervious and pervious areas on staff reviewed boundary line adjustments or family subdivisions. And it's good if we can get to the point where those kind of issues that are more engineering related are done at the building permit process stage, and we separate out anything related to the subdivision of minor subdivisions that doesn't require any of that. I have a gentleman that I did survey work for and subdivided some lots for back in 2007, and he was wise to do that because those lots are now worth a good bit. He hasn't sold but one of those lots, and if he would have had to done the stormwater management requirements at that time, it would have cost him a lot of money to do that, just to subdivide a few lots off for his retirement. So it's good if we can get to the point where anything that's required on a plat is done so keeping the subdivision part separate from the building part. That requires anything to do with stormwater management, even some of the plat requirements like contours and things like that. Really not necessary on a minor subdivision plan. What you want is to be able to look at that at the building permit stage so that you know person that wants to build a house there is doing it per the regulations. But as it is now, even as was mentioned with tiny houses and so forth, you can kind of skirt the ordinance by showing a tiny house and a little driveway up to it on the plat, but then when they go to build it, it's this McMansion that ends up being on the lot. So you're really not addressing the stormwater issue with that. So it really should be done at the building permit stage, having a grading plan, individual plot plan, something of that nature at that stage. The other issues that I've looked at regarding the plan requirements, Article 4, residue remainders, issues there, all residual lots 5 acres or less in size must be surveyed in entirety. E and G. E, the location of existing buildings within 50 feet of any new boundary line. Well, depending on what you're doing, that could be a pretty intensive situation. If you're subdividing a big tract of property and you're going up against a property that's got several buildings along that line, and that's pretty intensive to do that. You certainly, it's not really specified whether we're talking about buildings on the property you're surveying or adjoining property. But the way this is written, it could be adjoining property. So, again, contour lines showing 10-foot contours for the residuals. Under 4026, as Greg mentioned about state plane coordinates, that's pretty intense there as far as what it requires to do that with equipment. There's a lot of my colleagues that do not have that equipment. You're talking about $20,000, $30,000 worth of expense on that in some situations. And it's not really saying, if you're putting 2 coordinates on a plat, there's some math involved in all that. There's sea level and then there's ground. And it's not really saying whether it's which one it is. And there's a scale factor involved in all that. And so there's, seems kind of small, but it requires a lot of work to get there. Moving on to 402.3, boundary line adjustment merger plats, number 5. Applicants submitting boundary line adjustment plats which move buildable lot orientations shall provide the following outside agencies' approvals: Department of Highways, Health Department, Public Service District. Right now, those are not required on a boundary line adjustment plan. And there's really, I'm not sure why we're asking for that in this rewrite. If you've got a large tract of land and you're adjusting a boundary line, why do you need a Department of Highways permit to do that? If you've got a couple people who want to straighten out a problem with somebody building a fence on the wrong lot in a subdivision, why are you asking for a DOH permit for that? And a Health Department permit for that? What would be good is if we just put a note on the plat that says that this boundary line adjustment, this new line, does not affect anything regarding setback lines or septic reserve areas, things of that nature. And then on the plan requirements, number 22, on administrative subdivisions, section 402.5, now asking for 2-foot contour intervals on those. Again, if this is just put to the building permit part of it, where a grading plan is required at that stage, then that wouldn't be a necessary requirement on a subdivision plan. Do appreciate the fact that we've removed from this rewrite anything regarding review of boundary surveys for research. That was never something that should have been in the old ordinance. That's totally and completely under the procedures and requirements that we're required to do as land surveyors in the state of West Virginia. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Lynch Christian.
Good afternoon. My name is Lynch Christian. I'm part of the development community here in Berkeley County and also a resident of Berkeley County. I won't dive into any specifics because I feel like they've been adequately addressed by the people who came before me. But it seems that there are members here of the development community, of the engineering community, of the legal community, and of the public who have some concerns about the draft ordinance as it is presented. And I would just implore the county council to go back to planning commission and go back to staff, planning and engineering staff, and come up with a framework to re-engage those parties. Because the next time you should see an ordinance to take action on, there should be consensus among all those groups that that ordinance is sufficient and has broad-based approval. That would be my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. That's the end of the names that's on the sign-up sheet. Has anybody come in that would like to speak that's not on the sheet? If so, now's your time, and I'll get you to sign the sheet for me. Oh, well, I've got one up here too, so. All right. Okay. No other comments or questions? All right. That will, ready for a motion.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, motion to close public hearing.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
But we'll reopen the public hearing at 6 o'clock this afternoon.
That is correct. It will be opened again at 6 o'clock this evening. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. Public hearing is closed. All right. Next up, Anthony Delegetti, Legal Director, amendment for the Berkeley County Museum Commission.
We did that earlier.
Oh, you did that? Okay. That's what I get for not being here. Mr. Wine, Motorola Maintenance.
Yes, sir. So, as some of you may or may not know, our radio.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. We'll let them clear out first.
Nobody wanted to stick around for you, Gary.
Boy, Gary, you know how to clear a room.
You should see me dance. They're really around there.
Sorry, we don't have any polls in here. Go ahead.
Or Steve singing. Yeah.
Go ahead, Gary. Thank you.
So this is a contract that has been maintained for years. A piece of this, and I'll review the numbers here in a second, we already are under obligation for a 5-year. We're in year 2 of a contract that you already signed. About a year ago, the state of West Virginia, an arm of their emergency management division, has a radio system called the Siren Network, statewide interoperability radio network, of which 100% of the public safety communications that happens out of your communication center uses that network and has since 2006. To make a 15-year story as quick as I can, over the decade or so that we have been involved, there's a portion of that maintenance that, believe it or not, wasn't paid by the state. and Motorola. So we operated in our emergency services radio network on a version of software in that radio network that was a 2007 version, clear up to 2018. The state invested $20 million to get caught up with Motorola so that we could stay current. It's a computer system, even though it's radios, it's computers. And if you don't stay current, it becomes problematic. Well, so that investment in that upgrade, the state made the commitment. The governor used some residual monies and funneled it through the emergency management division and got the radio system up to date. They learned a lesson and said, whoa, this thing that we operate, that the counties and cities and many state agencies use, they said, well, there's costs to this that we've never really budgeted and we aren't going to budget. So why don't you reach out to, we'll call partners now. Why don't you reach out to our partners and let them know that we're going to have to offset some of this cost so we don't get in this window of running a computer system that's 12 years old on that old software. So be kind of like everybody using Windows XP on your computers, if you will. Not going to happen, right? So fast forward to early 2021, Motorola and the state began talking to the counties and said, hey, you know that stuff we've been letting you kind of use for free? Now it's going to cost you money. They're like, well, wait a minute. You never, ever mentioned this before. Well, they're mentioning it now. And it's mandated. You can't be part of it if you don't pay it. So we have looked at an opportunity to do our own radio system here in Berkeley County multiple times. So I can tell you that the numbers that we're going to talk about here in a second are a pittance compared to what it will be to do our own, but it's an unfunded mandate. It's nothing that you funded, it's nothing that you have budgeted for, but it becomes a necessity because we can't talk to a fire truck, we can't talk to an ambulance, we can't talk to a car radio, and police car, or mobile for that matter, without this. Currently, your agreed maintenance contract for the portion of the radio system that we own and maintain internal to the 911 center is $56,752 with an escalation over the next 5 years to $71,647.39. So it's a $20,000 escalation over the next 5 years. You're budgeted, you're prepared, you've paid that. That's an expense that we've had and paid well before I was around in 2007. So what we're talking about now is this next piece of the Motorola agreement that we are now obligated to pay, and not just Berkeley, but all of the other counties and cities and stuff that use it. It isn't as much. Its initial in 2023 is $39,503.01, and it escalates over the next 5 years, ending up at $45,794.83. So all of that to say, a little backstory into the contract. So our maintenance contract for 1 year went from $56,752 to $96,255.01. Again, fractional compared to what it would be if we tried to do our own. But the contract's been reviewed by Jeff and Anthony. It's been back and forth with Motorola several times. So the contract is good as far as legal is concerned. Technically, we have to have it. The 911 fund will support and pay for the agreement. But I needed you to hear the backstory that this is another issue where the state says, hey, you can use this, and then 15 years down the road, you end up having costs associated. It's a very good deal. I don't mean to say that, but there's a whole lot of heartburn around the state of West Virginia in the communications community that says we're blessed, you're blessed that your budget can sustain an additional $39,503. There's some budgets that can't. And it's proportionate to the size and the amount of equipment that you have and so on and so forth. So all of that to say, the total commitment over 5 years is $663,211.10. $663,211.10. That's what we're asking you to approve, and it's It's one payment a year for the next 5 years, and it escalates with the sum total over the 5 years of 663, 211, 10.
Okay. You've heard the explanation as to why we have to spend it. It's mandated.
So it is just one payment though, not two separate payments.
It's one payment a year for the next 5 years. Starts at 96, 255, 109, 458, 111, 366, 113, 332, 115, 356, 117, 442. At the end of the 5 years, you have paid $663,211.10.
Gary, is the 911 fee structure or the fee dollars prepared for this increase?
Your 911 fee is getting to the point where it needs to be revisited sooner than later. If you remember, we discussed back in budget season that once we started this fiscal year, that you really need to look and evaluate your 911 fee. That public service is a very expensive public service to provide. And you've not addressed your fee structure since 2018, so it's 5 years old.
Yeah, and you know, we're losing the landlines as a rule. A lot of folks are doing away with that landline. I know the cell phone charges are there, but they're not keeping pace because we also have out-of-state cell phones that do not pay into our 911. Is that correct?
If it isn't a 304 cell phone
Yes,
number,
sir.
you do not collect the wireless fee. So how many of you and your neighbors are probably a 240, a 540? You have lots and lots of phone numbers that live right beside you. They're not paying their share of the 911 fee, but use the service.
Okay, so I know years past there was an effort to look at another utility, you know, such as power, in particular, to wherever there's a power meter that generated that bill. And I know there was some pushback and resistance from that entity, but I also feel that moving forward, we probably need to revisit that legislatively to make sure that not only us, but other counties who are in the same position that we are, or the smaller counties who are also losing those revenues, can tap that particular revenue source.
Maybe we should put that on the list for our legislative efforts this coming fall.
Yes, sir.
This coming.
And that topic and that discussion is not dead in Charleston. There are lots of people who are talking about that. There's great resistance to the change. But if you want to be fair, if you want to guarantee that every residence is sharing in the cost of getting emergency services there, in today's world, power is probably the only opportunity because there, I think 22%, maybe a little less than that, on landlines still exist. So it's all cell and or internet based. So the ask is for that, if the council or commission, sees fit, that we approve it for the 5 years. And to Mr. Cattle's point, it's one payment per year.
Yep. Okay. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed? Motion carries, sir.
HD, are you still there?
HD.
Yes, sir. You can't hear me?
We can now.
Okay. Yeah, I said yes.
Okay. Thank you. Resolution for West Banco.
Penny, that's for, so that resolution is to give me the authority with the retirement of Mr. Davis to process draws for your bond funds to pay, not only to reimburse ourselves, but to pay the vendors as we move forward in the construction project.
All right. Do I have a motion to approve the resolution for West Banco Bank?
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
A second.
Thank you, HD. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. And unencumbered fund balance, coal severance fund 002.
So by the rules and regulations of the tax department in the state of West Virginia, we have to declare the unencumbered fund balance for coal severance and assign it. As you'll see, we projected it to be, we projected it to be 100,000. It was actually 289,973. So what we're doing is increasing it by $189,973. You have the document in front of you that shows exactly what it is. That's actually due to the state by the 15th. So if the council sees fit, we'll take that documentation, get it to the state, and we'll be ready to go on the coal severance side.
That's the carryover from this year.
That is what is left cash in the account, minus any encumbrances that were there, and in this instance there were none, to give you a new balance in there of 289,972.66.
I make a motion that we accept that and we proceed.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed? Thank you. All right, we're at that point where any items from the public? No? Okay. Do we have a reason for executive session? Nope. Okay. Mr. Barnhart?
Mr. President, I move to recess until 6 o'clock.
Okay, we are in recess. Thank you. Need a motion to open the public hearing for the subject of subdivision regulations. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed? Motion carries. This public hearing for the subdivision regulations are open. This morning, I'll just give a little brief up on that. We had several members of the community as far as legal counsel and other organizations. I thought I had that down, I'm sorry. It was had some very good comments that were relayed to us, and I'm sure our staff has taken them into consideration for the next. We have a revision that we're going to have to look at to make sure that we're current and legal with everything. So with that being said, I'm going to call the first name up here, Pat Murphy from the Berkeley County Board of Ed for your comments.
Thank you, members of the county commission. May I approach the board and pass out some papers? No, it used to be.
Thank you, Pat.
Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, I'll get you a copy. I'm from the Berkeley County Board of Education. On Monday night, we voted to approve my presence here to make the request that I'm going to make. This is a follow-up to a conversation I had with a couple of the commissioners back in May, I believe. We're requesting that a more relative view of the impact on our schools be incorporated into your residential development formula for the pupil yield calculation in your permitting process. The figures that I've just passed out to you reflect, as you notice on the front cover there, the year of 2021. In that year, we had 19,254 students. We finished this year, just in those couple of years, with 19,800 plus students. And what we're requesting is just actual calculation to reflect the reality of what we're encountering in growth in our schools. We are not asking for any veto power like the Highway Department, I believe the Health Department has in this process. But we do want to have an actual reflection recorded with the projected numbers of what new developments generate. As I pointed out on the page there that you have, it's 2021. The next page was just labeled page 38. It says there are a few places in the country that show this level of enrollment growth. That's there on the second column on the right. We also have to pay attention to the number of children under 5 years old, because we have to be building for not only what's expanding our classrooms now, but have projections. The next page I have is, this is the weakest projection the author of this study, done out of Missouri, was done before, and it shows that Martinsburg is kind of a low growth area. This was before the enrollment project was announced and some of the other developments that are incorporated, I think, in the city. So you all are not as, Martinsburg, excuse me, is not as stagnant as what this page reflects. Also, the enrollment there that they show you for 2020 shows all children, those homeschooled, public school, private school, just not the others. On page 98, it tells you a couple models, and it uses the model that we're using as the model on the next page, and it's the yellow column. This shows our 32 schools and the enrollment and the schools that have reached max in the year 2021. That number, it has increased in just the 2 years that we've been there. So you see under the first blue column, the new schools, or the schools, the total number of classrooms per school. It gives you the total enrollment. You also, when you're building a school, it's just not like a beehive of cells. You have to have more space for fewer students in a special ed class. You have special needs. You have different needs for children in kindergarten versus first grade, for example. So you have to make these adjustments when you're doing it. It's just not a count of classrooms. But you do see there, when this study was done, the actual enrollment at that time was 19,254. Like I said, we are now, just a couple of years later, over 19,800. We're going to crack 20,000. I don't know whether we're going to grow faster than Kanawha County, or if Kanawha County is going to shrink faster than we grow. But we're going to be number one sometime in the next decade. We just passed the bond and included 4 new schools, 2 pre-K centers, 2 new primary schools in addition to Tomahawk. But it also included security issues like making the front door more secure, alarms, HVACs, roofing projects. And so we now have 8 schools which are over 100 years old. And we're putting money into it. We're not closing them up or anything. Some debate over inward primary. But 1/4 of our schools, about 32 schools, is over 100 years old. So we're not closing schools. We're not consolidating schools. We're looking for places. This is a nice room here. We can use it. But we're doing that. So we're requesting that the numbers that we've presented there on the last page be incorporated into the dynamics of your new development analysis plan for developers to include. And we feel that the present numbers do not reflect the reality of the impact of what growth in Berkeley County has. I'd be glad to answer any questions, but I imagine you all are just having a hearing like us. It's a one-way conversation.
Yes, sir.
So, I appreciate your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next is Kim Matoli. Did I butcher your name pretty good for you? Was that good? Mattioli, okay.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to me. Again, my name is Kim Mattioli. I'm a resident of Holden Drive in Martinsburg. I would like to first thank Mr. Doug Smith and Ms. Laura Hoffmaster for taking the time to review and update this subdivision ordinance. As someone who's a technical writer and instructional specialist for the federal government, I know that is not a very light undertaking. So I appreciate all the time and effort that they and their colleagues have invested in this. I would like to start by addressing Chapter 5A of the Berkeley County Comprehensive Plan, which was updated in June of 2016, which was 7 years after the last update to the subdivision ordinance in 2009. In it, it laid out a very specific land use and growth management plan, and within that plan, rural and low-density residential areas of Berkeley County were designated to favor large lot, single-family detached housing, recreation, agricultural operations, and natural resource production. Additionally, the section rural neighborhoods, it specifies that there should be a focus of future residential development in areas where it currently exists on subdivided land or those adjacent to subdivided land, and should be, and this is the important part, at densities consistent with the surrounding area and supportable by on-lot water and wastewater systems. At the very end of the plan, it had a look to 2026, which is, of course, just 3 short years from now, and it had an urgent call to action back then to implement the growth management action strategies that were outlined in the plan, in part to restrict development from the areas where preservation is the goal. And now I feel that this is the perfect opportunity to utilize the revision of the subdivision ordinance to address the concerns and guidance that were laid out in the land use and growth management plan. And I would like to go on record as strongly suggesting that efforts at this be included in this subdivision ordinance, specifically the goal of keeping current rural neighborhoods to development with densities consistent with the current surrounding areas. I would also like there to be more defined guidance regarding a baseline for requests for variances to the Planning Commission. As it stands right now, anyone can come in here and request a variance to an ordinance, and more often than not, they're granted the variance straight away. There is a reason why we have an ordinance, and handing out variances like Tic Tacs needs to stop. We have to be more firm on enforcing the regulations and keep granted variances to a bare minimum with very specific guidance outlined as to what constitutes the ability to even request a variance, let alone be granted one. Now, having reviewed the proposed ordinance, I do have one objection and two questions. My objection is to Article 10, and I'll give you guys these notes. Article 10, Section 1002-2D. I object to the revision. The current ordinance outlines a minimum lot size of 7,500 square feet and a minimum width of 75 feet for any mobile or manufactured home. The new ordinance seeks to reduce that to 5,000 square feet or 50 feet for single wide and 6,500 square feet at 65 feet for double wide. These are single-family detached residences in the grand scheme of things, and I do not believe they should be reducing lot size to enable higher density developments. So that's my objection, and my first question is regarding Section 505, Table 353, lots with public water and public sewer. There is an addition of, quote, 2-lot single-family detached residence that shows a minimum lot size of 4,500 square feet. I would like to have a definition of that and an explanation of why that was added and what the minimum lot size, or why the minimum lot size is significantly less than the 7,500 minimum lot size for single-family residents. And then my second question is Section 902, a clarification on the planned unit development definition. I want to clarify that single-family detached housing or multiple family housing excludes mobile homes or factory-built manufactured homes in the planned unit development section. And those are my only comments. Can I give it to you?
Yep,
Great,
sure
thank
can.
you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next on the list is Clarence Settle.
Everybody.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. How are you, Chief?
Good. Thank you.
I got some new ink from my printer. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Susan and I moved to Bridle Creek. Susan, my wife here, I'm representing her and me, moved to Bridle Creek subdivision in January of 2014. We were told and given information that the community would have a recreational area, a pool, walking trails, fishing pond. Yes, we had decided that this is where we would live and watch our grandchildren swim, fish, and play. We have attended 8 Berkeley County Planning Commission meetings that have had a direct impact on our community. The following actions reflected in the minutes of the meetings listed below. On August 17th of 2015, the commission granted the developer request to reduce the open recreational area from 5.5 acres to 3.5, giving the developer 8 additional new quarter-acre lots to build houses in. The county parking requirements for the swimming and recreational area is 161 parking spaces. The commission approved a waiver in favor of the developer to reduce the 161 spaces down to 50. On 10/19/2015, an exemption of Section 705 of 2009 subdivision regulation requires
sidewalks was granted to the developer, no sidewalks. In 2019 and ongoing to 2021, there were 3 areas of construction that had been approved in Bridle Creek: Phase 4, Phase 5, Phase 6. There was construction with heavy-duty equipment in all 3 areas, with 30 to 40 homes. Phase 4 in the middle with 10-wheel dump trucks running all day long in the subdivision up to 6 days a week. Starting in Phase 6, the Bridle Creek roads have been reduced from 25-foot wide to 18-foot wide, with ditches on each side, no sidewalks. We have attended 2 meetings to ask the Planning Commission to assist the community in getting recreational equipment installed. In October 19th, 2015, and 5 of May 2nd, 2022. Sometime after each meeting, some equipment was installed. Of course, we are grateful. I have served on the Developer Roundtable since 2016. I did not receive a notice of when the Planning Commission was voting on the draft 2023 subdivision ordinance. And I was told that we would receive a spreadsheet with all the comments and responses. As of this date, we haven't got it. Our hope is that the draft 2023 Berkeley County subdivision ordinance can prevent a new Bridle Creek subdivision from happening in Berkeley County. As the fastest growing county in West Virginia, we are facing many challenges in front of us. We all need to work together to achieve the mission. The Berkeley County Planning Commission is one department that operates under the authority of the Berkeley County Council. The department's mission is to help protect the health, safety, and the welfare of the residents of the county. This is achieved by providing direct oversight and orderly and sound, cost-effective land development within Berkeley County through the administration of the subdivision regulations. I continue to stand to work to try to improve the development of Berkeley County. Obviously, we have serious problems with the roads, and we need to have more direct involvement with the state or something to try to improve the situation. It's not going to get any better. We're going to drive Berkeley County into the ground. So I thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I would take any questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, next on the list is Dan Shergy.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I am Dan Shergy. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you guys. I have one simple question. I hope it's going to be very simple. I'm here representing maybe a fraction of our community. Yes, I'm a resident of Berkeley County. Yes, I'm a member on the BCA board. My only question is this. Does this ordinance, either a rewording of it, of the subdivision ordinance that is in effect now, or a new document that you all are proposing, does it affect the validity of other ordinances already in effect to this day? And that would be the Tuscarora ordinance, zoning ordinance, it would be the Windy World area, and it would be the airport area. It all falls under the Tuscarora zoning ordinance. My only question is that, will any of this affect the validity of that? And I'd just like an answer.
I got 2 shaking heads over here. It says no, it won't affect it.
I'm going to take your word for it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Some people came in after the sign-up sheet. Is there anyone else that would like to speak that did not put their name on the list? Okay, if no other comments by director, engineer, offices, or anything, you don't have anything done. For the good of the order, okay. Then our next item is motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. The public hearing is closed. Thanks everyone for attending. Greatly appreciate it. Oh, I'm sorry. Now, Mr. Barnhart?
I'm surprised I'm ready to recess.
We are in recess. CHD, thank you.
See you. Thank you, guys.
See you.